Hello everyone. I'm still so confused by my camera being on the top right now. So not used to that. Oh shit. Alright. Okay. Probably gonna need to move it a little bit. Or... No, not move that. Move the camera. Let's put it top left. Move around a lot, as you can see. After all the kernel dev and packaging I've done, I've started to really respect Linux. Funny for me, it's been the opposite. I can't even consider it a bloated piece of software anymore. See, Linux is definitely not bloated. I just think it's overly complex. But not bloated? Nah. It's not bloated. Alright. First off, you know when your exes start dating? I don't. But that's kind of what this feels like. Absolutely fucking amazing work from EA. They're partnering with Stability AI for AI to introduce AI into their AI. And now they're going to AI with AI and also AI. In other words, investors, give us money. AI. So, to sum it all up, AI. 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 AI, empowering our teams. AI, igniting potential. AI, increasing synergy. Oh, is that not here? Oh. AI, the future is interactive and we're building it now. AI. Now backed by a tyrannical regime. Linux is... Yeah, true, it's not complex, it's just complicated. I'll give you that, it's not complex. It's just overly complicated for no goddamn reason. Okay. Alright, everybody. What even happened yesterday? What did I do? What have I been doing? Who knows? I do. I remember what I worked on less than 24 hours ago. And this is a big improvement over how it usually is. So, amazing work on my part, really. Good fucking job. Right there. It contains drivers for way too many things in its source tree, and it also doesn't have a single src directory. Instead, the sources are in the git tree root. Is it really? I actually don't know what the product, what it looks like. Let me just look at the GitHub one. No, it's just... Oh, okay. Cool. Cool. Wow. No, I do understand, obviously a project that's been going since the 90s. Open source operating system that runs on pretty much anything is going to have a lot of drivers. It's going to have a lot of quirks, a lot of little, things to keep track of. They've just built it to be complicated on top of that. For still no fucking clue why they have to make it so... But anyway. Hey, 11 hours ago. Merged into master. Look at that. Let's see, this guy's... Never heard of him before. Torvalds. Huh. He's pretty active on GitHub anyway. He mostly just does commits though. He doesn't do code review. He doesn't work on issues, pull requests. Come on, bro. This is not how you contribute to an open source project. Now, I'm talking complexity in terms of actually using Linux. I would never, ever want to look at the Linux source code in any significant way. But yeah, what's with this guy? Like, come on, just commits, no pull requests. Bro, like, they're really, really starting to pile up. Wait, what? What happened? He closed all the pull requests? Did he stop accepting pull requests? I know it was not supposed to be serious, I was just joking around, but what do you mean there's no more pull requests since September 22nd? What the fuck? Also, I read the word labubu somewhere. Make Linux 21, no 41, no 67% faster doing tasks when playing labubu funk. This one has potential. I know it's not a serious, obviously, that's why I'm saying all that. Alright, let's see. Pull request just came in. This guy doesn't fucking do code review. I'm gonna do it. Alright, so this PR adds a lot of new changes. Insert music here. Making Linux 6-7% faster. While listening to Labubu Funk, I am horrified because I've never heard the words Labubu Funk before, but I know it's a thing. Do I dare? A copyright strike? I'm gonna open this one.
Boo!
Alright, that's not.
This is 1 week of listening to Labubu Funk.
Alright, so he's not actually playing Labubu Funk. Like, bro, what the hell?
This guy stinks! I stink.
This is 1 month.
Bro, stop asking me to log in. Absolute fucking cinema right there. Have the Grammys been contacted? Stop giving Taylor Swift Grammys for just fucking existing. Like, this is the shit that deserves... I would genuinely prefer they give a Grammy to this over Taylor Swift, but... that was only partially a joke. When I join to OS Dev and leave on Labubu Funk. Hey, we got here from the Linux kernel. You cannot fucking complain. You got what you came for. Alright, we're listening to Labubu Funk and applying mustard to the CPU. Let's go. Not even gonna read the next sentence. Rewrite the entire kernel in Roblox's Lua U. Improve gaming performance by 41%. Hi Stella, thanks for this poor bot. This poor bot is finally done. He no longer has to respond to these fucking pull requests anymore. He is free. He is free now. What I want to see is this. Yeah, sure, why not? We literally got here from the Linux mirror on GitHub. So, again, cannot complain. OS Dev. This is part of it. This was part of it until September 22nd, apparently. I just missed the memo. What is even happening here? I love that officially. I'm assuming he automated closing all of these pull requests. So he never even saw this one, but it would be so funny to think that Linus Torvalds had to look at this shit and then press this button to close it. Labubuinux. Probably better than Arch. Why do I feel like the person isn't even over 16? Because they're not. They're not over 16. Now it seems like he closed all pull requests to the system now. There are none. Rick Astley just updated the license. Everyone is not permitted to copy or distribute verbatim copies of this licensed potato, but changing is allowed. Kernelbot. Looks good to me. And Linus closes it. 10-year-old PR. Wait, this one? No, this one's from 20th. Oh, you mean the person making it is 10 years old? I'm assuming that's what you mean. They accept patches only with emails from mailing lists. I'm sure hoping the word Labubu is nowhere in those emails, but yes, I know. He's been asked about this a few times, and he straight up went on a rant about how much he hates the pull request system on GitHub and how they've completely just fucked it up. Okay. Well, sad. There's no more pull requests in Linux anymore. On the GitHub mirror, that is. What's so wrong with it? I don't know. I mean, their code editor and their like that is absolute shit, but I don't know what his exact complaints were. I just know that he actually like complained at some point or another. No, he didn't invent GitHub. He invented Git, which is why he's kind of entitled to complain about GitHub all he wants to. I don't think he invented GitHub. I highly doubt it. He created Git. Yeah, GitHub was created by these people. And is now owned by... What the fuck is it? Microsoft! Yay! Fuck off. Just that is enough reason to complain about GitHub, to be honest. Like, he's got a point there. But no, that was not his reason. I just kind of remember seeing him talking about the pull requests and complaining about that entire system and saying this is why I don't want to migrate from mailing lists, which is also an archaic system. Like, I'm sure you can find something else, but not gonna lie, kind of reflects on Linux philosophy overall, to use something antiquated because one of the alternatives is not good enough. The code editor, no, I didn't even mean like a code editor in sense that you can make changes directly on GitHub just for reading. It's absolutely horrible. Pull requests are not an original Git feature. I actually don't know. I'm basing it off of him saying that something about specifically pull requests on GitHub. So I don't know if it's a GitHub implementation meant to ease code review before merge. Okay, PRs are not a Git feature, merge is, yes. Makes sense. I guess it's not exclusive to GitHub now. A bunch of other providers have also adopted it. Merge requests, I'm assuming, for GitLab are from the websites. Yeah. It's something that makes sense, to be fair. It's just not... not a built-in Git feature. Git is wasn't really built to be a system for external contributions. Casually closing the tab where you calculate. That's not 2 to the power of 16. That was 255, not 256. So it was a little lower than that. All right. There. Yeah, that was 255 by 255. Not 256, because I was doing some pixel blending fixing yesterday. Yeah, you could just subtract 255 from 65,535, or you could just do 255 by 255. It's that easy. Pull request origins. I'm good with knowing they're not an original Git feature, to be honest, but yeah. Are they? Now I want to look it up. Torvalds. Pull request comments. No, this is not it. Pull request rant. Is this even from August? This may be it, or it may just not be it. Genuinely no clue. This guy goes on a lot of rants where he just calls things shit for no particular reason. So, very colorful language. So, again, this may be the thing that I'm talking about. It may also just be something completely unrelated. It's completely unrelated. It's just completely unrelated. All right. Did you know the founder of Linux's full name is Linux Ubuntu Pull request Torvalds? The fact that you didn't even say Linus, you said Linux, just makes it better. Okay. Let's my system is actually quite uncomplicated, so let's complicate it a little bit more and get it to the same level as Linux. What the fuck was that noise? I'm not sure if that came from my computer or something, like if it was on stream, but no fucking clue. I heard something. You use a debugger and it crashes instantly. That happens to me all the time. But on an operating system where I'm assuming that GDB interacts with the system in weird ways, and so it messes up. I don't know. Like just GDB and QEMU maybe don't get along too well. I'm assuming is what's happening. I don't know. Okay, yeah, absolutely zero fucking clue what that sound was. Considering the Linux kernel is overcomplicated, is the amount of features that can be enabled and disabled that were accumulated over the years? Nah, honestly, it's the fact that you need a manual to copy and paste. That alone is reason enough for me to call Linux as a product, not the code, but as a product, overcomplicated. It was clearly made for technical people, power users, and absolutely no one outside of that group was meant to use this piece of software, and it's super obvious when you use it. Yeah, copying and pasting is so painful to do. Linux from scratch? I don't know what Linux from scratch is. Is it like a macOS alert sound? No, I have no idea what it was. It sounded like... I can't say I identified it, but it sounds like dropping out of a call, but not really. GitHub merges useless garbage, says Linux Linus. God damn it. Linus Torvalds. From 2021, this may be it. This may be the one. That's another one of those things that I really don't want to see. GitHub creates absolutely useless garbage merges. And you should never use the GitHub interfaces to merge anything. Yeah, this is the one. You see what I meant when someone said meltdown over pull request? It might not have been the one I was talking about. I even added a comment once without adding anything at all, and it was fixed. All right, I got something for you. Hold on. Let's go into graph. I don't know if this has been moved, refactored or not, but actually I believe it's this one. Oh, it's fixed. That sucks. But there was a property here that was not being used, and I couldn't remove it because it just wouldn't, the system just wouldn't work. And found out why it was, actually. Not fixed yet. It's probably going to come in a pull request, but it made the uninitialized section of code unaligned. And the linker did not account for this. So this align should have been up here, not down here. Again, gonna be fixed in a pull request, so I'm not bothering with it now, but yeah. Essentially, if you removed this random property that was here that was no longer being used, it crashed the entire system. And this is why, but I didn't realize why. And what do I mean by copying and pasting? Let me look it up. I might even rely on this. It's different on one specific app, which, by the way, is very commonly used. It's Control-C and Control-V on other apps besides the terminal, but you use the terminal for like half the things that you do on Linux. So like you get this one app is just an exception. Copying and pasting doesn't work in the same way that it works anywhere else. And I understand it's because Control-C, Control-V are used for something else, but like, I don't know. Why are we conforming to standards that were literally from the 1970s? And we have to overcomplicate things this much. It doesn't need to be this complicated. It's okay to break a standard that was created 20 years before your kernel. Because everyone is used to it, so they get used to something else. It's that simple. It's that fucking simple. We're not going to have a meltdown over this. But also, everyone is used to Control-C, Control-V, and on terminal, they have to use Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. It's kind of inconsistent in that way too. And the entirety of the Linux kernel is built like this. So we must maintain fucking POSIX compatibility. We must maintain compatibility with a standard from 1969. We must maintain compatibility from the way that our ancestors used to do things. Or, you know, we could just not fucking do that. I know it's not in the Linux kernel, but it is a philosophy. Like, again, copy pasting is just an example that I came up with because I'm not that familiar with Linux, using Linux as a product because I fucking hate it. But it shows the philosophy behind building Linux. Though it wasn't built by Linus himself, it's not part of the kernel. I'm taking your word for it, but yeah, I believe it. It still shows that this is how things are built on Linux. We must maintain compatibility with something that was like 1978, I believe. I forgot the exact. We did work on this on one of my first streams. I remember this thing. 1978, yeah. So we're keeping compatibility with software from 1978, and this is why the terminal on Linux needs to be overcomplicated. This is why the terminal on Linux, which is, again, essential to using Linux, because also doing anything requires the fucking terminal for whatever reason on Linux. Needs to keep compatibility with a computer that most of us have never even seen in real life, that's probably in a museum somewhere, if any of them even remain. Have we considered it at some point? We can leave that shit behind. Probably time to start a successor for terminal emulation in general. Right? There's absolutely no reason why we need to keep doing things like this, except, oh, people are used to it. Yeah, and like, shit changes. Also, the reason people are used to it is because we haven't had any interest in updating our software since then. So obviously people are used to it because we insist on making things compatible with 1970s, 1960s software. I think we're good. Same for POSIX. Oh, but you know, POSIX is... why is this completely nonsensical feature in Linux? Oh, well, because POSIX compatibility. Ask the average person what Unix is, and they don't fucking know. And then you expect them to learn how to use a feature that is overly complicated because of POSIX compatibility. That just doesn't make any fucking sense. Now without redeveloping the whole OS. But again, that's another thing. It's okay to have breaking changes. It's okay to draw a line in the sand and say, like, okay, everything that used to be like before this point and after this point is slightly different. You have to get used to a new way of doing things. It's okay for you to get used to that. It's okay if you waste, I don't know, 5 days getting used to the new way of doing things. Control escape would make a lot more sense. It would. There's absolutely no reason why Control C needs to be used to fucking do that. And again, the trade-off is copying and pasting in the terminal in Linux, which you use all the time, is just complicated for no reason. Look at this. Hold on. Watch this. Watch this. Insane. Fucking insane. Linux could never. Linus Torvalds just had a stroke because I did this. I just selected some text. I went Command C, Command V. Bam. So simple. Control S would be so annoying to hit every time. So simple. It's really not. Control C, something that you use all the time for copying. But yeah, anyway, giving you a little bit of time to recover from the incredible, amazing thing that I just did. I'm gonna do it again. Fuck it. Gonna blow your minds, alright, everybody? Get ready. Oh, shit. You use P for paste? What the damn dog doing? Jester. He's being weird. One thing that I really like about copying and pasting in Linux is I can select text and I'm gonna... Hold up. Did that work? I don't think that worked. This works on Mac now? Never mind. Never mind. Fuck Linux. We're done. We're done. Absolutely zero reasons to use Linux ever again. I genuinely thought the Mac didn't have this feature. Now it does. Yeah, the selecting text and copying with the middle mouse. This, I swear, was not a thing until recently. Is it a thing here too? No. I think it's only on terminal maybe? But here it's a thing? Damn. It's only a terminal thing, damn. Alright. Fine. Alright, so Linux has that system-wide, that's pretty cool. I genuinely don't know when they added this. Because when I saw someone doing this on Linux, and I was like, does that work on my Mac? And it didn't. I was like, yeah, okay. macOS is literally Linux with common sense. Where it's right mouse button instead. Oh, in Windows it's right mouse button. Enter to copy. Yeah, that's just insane. I don't even know what's going on Windows. I've never bothered using a shell on Windows. macOS does not have any more common sense than Linux. It has all the common sense that Linux doesn't have. Mark, right click for copy, right click again to paste. What does that even mean? I genuinely don't understand what that means. Windows is just crazy. Have you tried to get Clang to work properly? No. I haven't bothered. I wonder. If they fixed Bear. I'm going with no. But you do wonder. Not this bear. I don't know how to call it. This is just about, okay, this bear. They don't have the audacity to make people who aren't insanely radical pay for their distro. The only people that are making you pay for an operating system is Microsoft. The ones that deserve it the least. It's like, I may not like Linux, but it's actually like underpriced. Why are software devs so radical in the first place? Okay, is it installed? macOS is not paid. It used to be. It's not anymore. All right. I would love to know what Bear is currently doing. Would be nice to know. Is this the command? Fuck, I forgot. Mac only works on Mac computers, but it's not paid. No, you have to buy a MacBook. Okay, so you have to buy a computer in order to run Linux too. Like, yeah. Did that work? Yeah, it's a proprietary system, I'll give you that, but the OS itself is not paid. Absolutely fucking amazing. This tool has been broken for ever. Pretty much, it just doesn't work on Mac. Though the last release was in March, so it literally has not been updated since then. But yeah, just kind of doesn't work. I don't understand what the problem is, but yeah. That's the main reason I have for not getting Clang to work. Not sure if there's any alternatives to creating the compile commands JSON that Clang needs without Bear. I'm assuming there is, but I don't know how. Yeah, you do have to pay Tim Cook. You know, that part is not great, but I mean, low-key also paying for like Donald Trump's new White House shit, because that was sponsored by like half the tech industry. So there's that. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, the operating system itself is not paid, and you need a computer either way. So, I mean, maybe if you search a junkyard a little bit more thoroughly, you might find a Mac. But yeah, either way, the normal way to do it is you buy a computer. Then the price of it is a different thing. Though Apple kind of, didn't really start, but for a while there, it was a luxury product, which it kind of isn't anymore, but still kind of maintains a lot of the same business model. And luxury products are just an entirely different beast. But you get no ads. I guess it's kind of like flying business. Not first class, but flying business. Mac hardware is harder to modify. Yeah, that's true. Again, my argument is mostly for like the average consumer. You can easily get people using a Mac. Good luck doing that with a Linux computer. You won't get your mom on Linux easily. Hot take stream. Literally so far it's been 0 development and all just like crazy takes. If Tim Apple keeps making these awesome CPUs, I probably keep buying a MacBook. You know what? ARM. Fucking amazing. You tried to get your mom to use Linux? See, that's not really a thing that's gonna happen. Your mom doesn't want to use a terminal to install a fucking literally anything. That's why I said it. Like, you won't get the average person on Linux. So long as Linux is, again, I mean, this is kind of like a good thing, but also a bad thing. Linux is not a product. Windows is a product, and Mac OS is a product. So both of them have been developed with the average consumer in mind. Linux is not a product. That's a good thing. It's free. It's open source. Anyone can contribute. Anyone can modify it. Amazing. But it is meant for the technical people that make it. They make it for themselves first. And maybe if the layman person is able to use it, then good for them. But it's not really for them. So some Linux distros have app stores. Yes. But again, imagine, I don't know, I said your mom as an example, but like imagine your mom, your little brother, your little sister, your dad, your best friend who isn't in tech, whoever decides they want to use a computer. Money is not a problem. They have access to a Mac if they want to. They have access to a Windows computer if they want to. So they have, okay, a Linux distro. It's not gonna fucking happen. They're not just gonna, they're gonna use one that just allows them to set up and immediately start working. But also, Linux, okay, it's not the OS, it's the kernel, and then there's distros built on top of that, yes, but at the same time, the distros kind of follow the same philosophy that Linux follows. Because again, it's more of a community mentality type of thing. I'm sure some distros are easier to use. But for example, when I installed Ubuntu, it asked me what my computer's hostname should be. And it's just like, who the fuck cares? Why is that part of the install process? And the average person is not going to know what to answer to that. And I think we all know we don't want to be the ones that get the message of, hey, I'm trying to install Linux. Can you please help me? What the fuck is a host name? Which hard drive do I install to? Like, Windows mostly will ask you, Mac does not ask you to name your computer. It just names it after the user that you create. And you can just change it at any point too. You dream about seeing a message like that every night? Is that a... Windows asks you too? It's been a while since I installed Windows, but I don't remember doing that. I do remember being asked constantly to turn on, subscription services. So there's that. I'm surprised that Windows asks you. Because, again, Mac is just, like I said, Linux with common sense. Most of the people, what is the hostname for your computer going to be? The same as your username. You need to change it? You can change it. You can go into the settings and change it. It's that simple. But what even is a hostname? To be honest, I wouldn't even be able to tell you all the implications that has. I don't know if there's like some very obscure implication that it has to make my hostname one specific thing. I don't know if there's maybe a word that is reserved that I'm not supposed to use. Like what happened with me on Unreal Engine and calling my project Chaos, which you're not supposed to do because that keyword is reserved for their physics engine. Naming your PC sounds a lot more user-friendly, I'll give you that. It's not a necessary step. Just come up with a default and allow me to change it if I need to change it. If I'm a power user and I want to change it, I'll go through the advanced install and you can ask me there. There's no point to asking that question. And again, that's just something off the top of my head. But yeah, for those reasons, I feel like Linux is not for the average person. I feel like Linux was built for power users. It was built for technical people. And maybe the occasional distro will make things a little bit more user-friendly. But for the most part, they won't. For the most part, this is the mentality shared by most of the Linux community. And so even if a distro is more user-friendly, they tend to face backlash from the community. Almost everyone who doesn't use an iPhone uses Linux. Can you say it's not user-friendly? Yes, I can, because Android is fucking shit. But it is user-friendly, it's just shit. That's because it's a pre-packaged product. And again, that means that there's like millions invested in research and making it as easy to use as possible. There isn't much difference between Android and iOS. Not really, no. That was mostly a joke about it not being user friendly. Android is user friendly. I just don't like it, but it is user friendly and it is based on Linux. It's just again packaged as a product. But overall, it is somewhat not the norm to make a Linux distro user friendly. The developer API is not friendly, I guess. For Android? Holy shit, it's awful. It is absolutely fucking awful. But yeah, the main Linux distros that do work, that are actually user-friendly, are the ones that are, packaged as a product. So, Android, Steam Deck. Couldn't really name any others right now, but I'm sure there are some others. But yeah, it's not the norm in the Android community. Complexity is the norm, not in the Android community, in the Linux community. Complexity is the norm in the Linux community. And simplicity does not tend to be very popular. It's Java. Yeah, I mean, Kotlin's a little bit better. The fact that there aren't many desktop Linux distros that are user-friendly is changing rapidly. Is it? I mean, there are a few distros that are becoming quite popular. That are, oh, Red Hat Enterprise. Okay. Mostly you see them packaged for gaming, because, yeah. Los Carabonos. My god, I want to punch AI in the face. I cannot wait until we have fucking robots with AI in them so I can punch them in the face. Or just throw water at them. Do they count as packaged as products? Yeah, they do. Intuitive is not a word that you see a lot in the Linux community. Or in the open source community entirely. Fucking Google has gone to shit. Intuitive is absolutely not common when it comes to Linux. It is not a common thing. And let's face it, a lot of the Linux community takes pride in, oh, I do it myself, that kind of stuff. And until that mentality drastically changes, intuitive won't actually be too intuitive. You didn't say Linux, not among developers. Wait, no, I'm lost. I feel like complexity is often celebrated when it comes to the developer community, and again, because Linux has mostly been for power users or developers. Again, the fact that you are so used to using a terminal on Linux It's not a common thing to do. Linux is easier to use than Windows. It also depends on what exactly are you doing with it, because the average user is not doing all that much on a computer. So, again, I'm not even making this argument for myself, because I was just saying, like, the use of the terminal is super common on Linux. Here's the terminal on Mac. But is it easier to type sudo apt get install program name? Is it easier for the average person to do that? Do you have to remember sudo apt get? What if you forget sudo? Like, that is not user-friendly. The terminal is not user-friendly. Having to remember a command is something that, again, comes from way back in the day. It's not a common thing to do. And it's something that developers find that we're really used to, and the technical community in general, we're really used to using the terminal. We're really used to memorizing a few commands. But a person that doesn't use this type of stuff normally, like, okay, I just installed, like, I don't know if you don't install Chrome through the terminal, but like, I never had to do this before. All of a sudden I have to install a package on Linux. I need to install a new app. It's available through apt. What the fuck is this? Like, that's how it's gonna be for the average user. Like, why is it text? Why can I not just do this? That's how easy it is to install something on Mac, for example. So on Windows, for the most part, it's an installer. It's still pretty easy to do. The fact that the default easy way to do it on Linux is this, and there isn't a whole lot of interest in changing that because the average user of Linux is very much used to using the terminal. That just keeps a high barrier of entry for using Linux. App Store on Microsoft? Not super used, but it is kind of used. It's pretty common. It depends on what you're using it for. But even Steam is an app store. Which is probably what people who install a lot of software that aren't technical, they're installing games, I don't know. But one thing's for sure, Mac has invested a lot into making their products super simple to use. And you don't need to remember any commands. You don't need to remember the syntax of a command. You just fucking, again, drag and drop. The barrier to the Linux terminal is pretty high, even if I have to remember this. I know the syntax. Does the average person know the syntax? Does a person that's only run this command once in their life or never in their life know this syntax? No. Not really. Winget? Yeah, I'm assuming that exists for people who use it, like both of them, I guess, who want to use the terminal but don't want to be on Linux, I guess. But yeah, like, okay, it's not particularly complicated, but the average person doesn't want to waste time learning that. And then it depends on like which package manager are you using. Talking about how people should get used to new things. Yes, but like, this is not a good thing. I use Winget on Windows. Okay, so we got one of them. We got one of them. Don't know where the other one is, but we got one of them. All right. Gotta protect blue at all costs. Otherwise, 50% of the user base of Winget is gonna be gone. We can't afford that. But yeah, getting used to new things is one thing. But getting used to new things that are unnecessarily complex is not exactly... Hey, there's the other one! There's the other one! I jump back and forth between Winget and Chocolatey on Windows. There we go. Damn, too bad you guys are on different platforms. You should become friends. Alright, we got both of them on the stream. What an honor. People should learn to use new standards and new tools. This is not a new standard or new tool. Just because it's new doesn't mean that it's good. Also, it's not new. But again, if I can do this, why do I need to learn how to do this? Just because it's new or different doesn't mean that it's good. You don't have to absolutely accept every single standard out there. And making it more complicated than it needs to be makes me want to cry. As a great man once said, removing some of the colorful language, a genius admires simplicity. And I'm not going to say the other part. How do you uninstall? Done. Update, I'll give you that much. There isn't an app store, to be fair, which again also almost nobody uses. But most of the time software includes its own updater and it's done behind the scenes, so you don't have to update it yourself. If I can just use ANSI escape sequences, why should I learn a much better terminal interface? Because it's better. Because it's not based off of a standard that was created in the 70s. Mind you, if the standard created in the 70s is better than the one created in the 2025, then keep the one in the 70s. But if it's not, then don't fucking do that. I use many Linux distros, but 2 years ago I switched to macOS. If you want to be a power user, you can use it the exact same way that you use Linux. But god damn. This, I deleted it, god damn it. Drag and drop is so much easier than apt-get or any other package manager. It is so much easier to use. You don't have to memorize the command. You don't have to remember the syntax of it. You just... super intuitive, super simple to do. Okay. Let me actually start doing some game dev shit. Because today I wanna work on... Yeah, I'm not doing GIFs. Is anyone even still doing GIFs? Like in general? MP4 is a even more efficient format. The Windows way to install things is also super simple. You just double click and you go through the installer, which is also how it works on Mac for some cases. But Mac tends to make it even simpler. Just drag and drop. And then again, did I end up uninstalling Steam or did I bring it back, by the way? Okay, it's back. I wasn't sure. Alright, I didn't uninstall. Hey, Tyvex. I didn't uninstall Steam. Which is, by the way, actually open. The OS dev is still going. I'm gonna go back to it full time at the end of October, but I've been working on a game for it in October. Halloween, you know, the spirit of it all. That's not Halloween, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, installing on Windows is simple. Installing on Mac is simple. Installing on Linux depends. But if you need to use the terminal, the average person just doesn't want to do that. They shouldn't have to do that. They shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't have to memorize commands to install something. Also, I don't even remember if apt-get has a built-in way to search for a package. I don't think there is. There is a separate command that you need to run for that. If I was on my Linux computer, I have it saved somewhere, but I don't remember right now. That is added complexity with zero benefit to it. If I hummed Labubu Funk instead, I'm just not that familiar with the genre, you know? Windows is very inconsistent. Every installer is so different you never know what to expect, but oddly feels more intuitive than dragging an icon on top of another icon. Really? Honestly, I'll give you that it feels... If you don't understand what's going on, it might just feel like, what's the point of it? But I've never heard anyone call it non-intuitive. I find it to be so simple. Just put it in your applications folder. Well, MX, I don't know if you were here at the beginning. We were playing some Labubu Funk. Sadly, you missed that part. Speaking of Labubus, Jester, come. He's not coming. Oh, he's coming. All right. The idea of an installer is that it installs. Because that's what it means to install. Oh, there's an ad. Here he is. Labubu. Show your feet. Your teeth. Why are you so warm? Were you sunbathing? You're on YouTube. You don't have ads. The ads are for Twitch only. exe installer. No, okay, installing on Windows is not difficult, and on Mac is not difficult. Genuinely, this is the first time I've heard someone say that it's not, that they didn't understand it. Ads are over. All right, get my response to what? Hold on, I gotta scroll back. Oh, it might sound unintuitive, I guess, but I've genuinely never heard that it sounded unintuitive before for installing on Mac. It's pretty simple. Also, again, I deleted the installer. Most of them make it incredibly simple because you open it and then it has applications folder, big ass arrow in between. I get ads that are in all languages but mine. You got German ads. Damn. All right. Probably just simple enough that people don't think to mention it. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard that one before. That's the thing. That's the part that is interesting to me. All right, well, anyway. I am the owner of the one and only Andalusian Labubu. Wait, hold on. Let me do this right. Andalusian Labubu. Why are you getting so many weird ads from different countries? Are you just on a VPN not Russian roulette, just roulette without the Russian part? That just puts you in a different country every 5 minutes or what? Okay, About the Andalusian Labubu. I don't know why you're so warm, but I'm gonna need you to get on the bed. And off of me. Come on. It's only now during ads. It's the best way to do it. I have a fairly big German audience, funnily enough. Not sure what it is about me that makes it so, but yeah. Okay. Sprites. I'm more of a Coke person, but Coca-Cola. Just want to make that clear. Okay, so this horrifying thing that I worked on yesterday, we can close the shit out of it, please. I don't ever want to see you again. Except it's the main character of the damn game, so I don't know how I'm not gonna see it again. Damn it, I opened the wrong one. Also, ugh, now I have hair in my nose. The Andalusian Labubu is really something else. Okay. So, this is the... What code are you working on that is so inconsistent? What's going on? This is the TV. It has a little glare thingy. It has a little... I didn't give it a name to any of the layers, so that's not really helping. It has this little black layer when the TV is off, and then you can turn it off, and you have that, which is not this layer. And I start giving them names because this is a little bit crazy. What are you? What is this layer anyway? Oh, shadows, okay. Bit hard to see. And then this layer is the colors. Okay, I've given them all names. Cool. So, it would be ideal if I could put together the TV sprite all in just one single, like from 3 different images, put them together, composite them all into one. So, ideally without having to repeat pixels all the time. That's what I was thinking of, like how should I do this? Should it be like this is the original sprite that comes with a TV. Then on top of that, you can add either this one or this one. Well, not on top of that, actually, below it. You can add one of these two. And then on top of that, you can add the glare. I guess that's the way that it should be done. But I need to consider what I want it to be like when it comes to the structure of this thing. I'm not super convinced that I even want to do this, but I don't think there's even anything else for me to work on in this. Not really. The other things are a little bit too complex for less than a week left to finish the game. 6 days, actually. Exactly. All right, you know what? I'm going to do something else before I do this, because I'm still not convinced I want to do that or not. and I'm not convinced on what I would want that format to look like. So instead, we're gonna fix gesture live on stream, because god damn it, this is what he looks like right now. He's told me he's not a fan of Picasso, so he doesn't want this. He doesn't want to look like that. He wants to look like his original picture, like that. And if you look closely, you can see the outline is there, but the colors are wrong. And we saw yesterday that the reason for that is that, since when is the launcher like this? That's just a glitch. It looks the same as it always has. It's a glitch that I haven't bothered with. But okay, yeah. We saw yesterday that this algorithm that I'm applying for the entire color all at once, you're really supposed to apply per byte. And if you apply it per byte, then hopefully we won't have the same problem, because the image itself actually works, just the colors are wrong. And this is done for each byte, regardless of bit depth. Unsigned arithmetic module 256 is used, which same thing should work. Path to compiler. Bear make. Does that make bear work? Well, let's try it. That might be worth a shot. So I guess path to GCC. This is one thing that I don't understand about the new toolchain. It installs itself to your application folder. Why? And then it doesn't add itself to path. It's so stupid. Yeah, anyway, is this not it? This is not it. This is it. This is the path. Bear dash dash make this. Did it work? I'm running it on Ghost Game, so we have to go back to that. Nah. Did it even like... Yeah, no. Can you link to the issue? No, you can't. Actually, you cannot link on YouTube, I think. Not entirely sure. Alright, it was worth a shot. Alright, okay, so. Yes, please send it on Discord. Don't think I have Discord on this computer. I have Discord on this computer, I guess. It's downloading an update. Yeah, funny thing is you can't send links on Discord, but the bots can. Oh my god. I fucking hate Discord. Because you have 50 million updates every single time you use it. Why is it trying to gain access to... Oh, I'm not logged in. Keystrokes from any application? Why the actual fuck do you want to use that? Oh, for push to talk, probably? but no thank you. All right, well, now I need to see how to log in. Jester, please stop. Scan QR code. Here it is. All right. We've made it. Wait, where's my... Okay. We've done it. We've done it. Holy shit. I actually opened the link. Wow. Oh wow, this is specifically for the ARM non-EABI GCC command, but it doesn't seem to be. Cross compiler with the intercept. So not exactly the same problem. Though I wonder if I did the syntax of that correctly. I don't think I did. Yeah. Is this the correct syntax or do I need to export? Okay. And then bear dash dash bear make b. Let's see. Nope. I think it's too much advertisement. You can delete my mouse. What? Not sure what advertisement you're talking about. Because I think whatever message you sent may have got it auto-modded. Never mind it. I gotta reopen Discord. Bro? Hello? Hello? The Discord just disappeared off my system? What the hell? Why can't I find it? This new launcher is kind of shit. Are you serious? Are you serious? I'm logged out. Alright, never mind. I'll try it later. What the hell? Alright, all I want to do is just have an image show up on the damn thing. See you, Joseph. Okay. So. I want to create an 8-bit version of the algorithm as I have it for 32 bits. So, a same exact thing. But, again, I just want to confirm. This doesn't work? No. That sucks. Want it to be on uint 8. And all the returns need to have a modulo 256. And then, in order to path predict, I'm not sure how you're supposed to pronounce it. It's from a guy's name. Alan W. Path. Not sure how you pronounce it. But yeah. Alright. This one should do. Yeah, hold on. Let me just do it step by step. When I get the byte out of this, am I ensuring that these are 32-bit colors? Yes, I am. Okay. Okay. That's for the alpha. RGB. R. G. B. Which you then instead of 24, shift by 16. Well, it shouldn't be 16 every single time, but yeah. No, yeah, this is, yeah. So shift by 16, that gives us the R. Shift by 8, that gives us the G. Shift by 0. That gives us the B. So we do that, and then at the end we just return the alpha 24th ORed with the R16, the G8, and the B. And just like that, we have a beautiful picture of Jester running on the... Hold on. Oh, I didn't realize. Shit. Lou. Reen. Ed. That's exactly what Jester looks like. That's exactly what he looks like. So, perfect. It works. Amazing. I've done it again. If the filter type is 0 in the PNG process raw function, it's probably not needed anymore. This wrong filter type. I haven't tested uncompressed large images, so it might still be needed for debugging. I'll keep it there for a bit. And yeah, the same thing needs to be done for the other color types, but so far I haven't needed it. Except if these are messed up, then yeah. Zero should work instead in here? Really? Yeah, filter type none. Yeah, I might need to remove that. All right. I really didn't need to copy all that, but it doesn't matter. This is A24 and B24. No, that was supposed to be 0xFF. Then it always gets added. Yeah. Still parentheses here. Low parentheses here. Low parentheses here. Right, this one is 16. This one is 8. And this one is not needed. Whoops. Not needed. And then we kind of want to return the exact same thing that we're returning here. PNG filter apply. Oh, I forgot to do the modulo thing, but I'll do that later. Actually, hold on. There. And then all of these need to be moduled. Like I said, this is what Jester looks like. Just don't look at him. So it works. Or 0xff. Yeah. I'm just following what it says here with using the modulo thing, but yeah, should be the same thing. Technically modulo and the mask don't work the same way, so. All right. Let's go from jest to test. This is my original image and see if that works. This one works. Yeah, so clearly it's because Jester actually looks like that it works this way. Okay. Oh, well, that's not helping. Wait, I didn't switch the image back to jest. From test to jest. Beautiful. All right, it works. It works. Yay. Okay, it's all working just fine. Yeah, amazing. Fuck's sake. Draw 94 failed. What? I'm kind of shocked that this would fail. Because how the fuck did that happen? Wait, hold on. The way that this simple linear function of the 3 neighboring pixels then chooses as predictor the neighboring pixel closest to the compute value. Yeah, but I'm not applying the raw pixel anymore. So that's kind of missing now. Forgot that part. So I guess it was needed after all. Now, as to how it just crashed the entire system, I don't even want to know. Hey! It's starting to look more like him. Look at that. We can see the top of his head. I can kind of see his eye there a little bit. We're getting closer. We're getting closer. Jester, you're almost there. You're almost working, buddy. Are you happy? He could not give the slightest of shits. The first few columns are strange, or the first chunk. Yeah, I noticed that too. Which is probably what's creating that problem. Hold on, are we actually guaranteed that this is well, it's not guaranteed that it's a 32-bit color picture, actually. But it's working per byte. So that doesn't matter. The conversion is applied later on somewhere. It doesn't matter, but yes. Is it every single pixel at the beginning looks weird? Or what's going on there? Yeah, this is definitely off with a weird color. And these are working. And these are not. Quite interesting. Deflate the code's initialization. What about it? Besides the name of it. What do you mean should not work? Since it does work. Zero init doesn't work for dynamic arrays in C? Really? Interesting. Did not know that. Okay, but I guess we've made some progress with this. Also, next code. Shit, yeah. But next code is assigned. So I think that one's fine. Okay. I do wonder how it handles a compressed image, because this one is uncompressed, I think. If it's not uncompressed, then it actually works. Did I tell you to reveal in Finder? Oh, here it is, okay. Yeah, it's 700 kilobytes, so that feels compressed. Well, no, it's the exact same size as the BMP, so it's not compressed. It's just Jester's looking quite thin now. Could theoretically mess up the second and third chunk in encoding. Yeah, exactly. That's why I wanted to try the uncompressed version, but I mean the compressed version. But I guess it's worth a shot. Should be able to do export from here directly. But I don't know if I get control over... I don't. But based on the size reducing, I'm assuming it compresses it. Where did I save it though? The path version looks better now? I don't think so. Because that one was uncompressed entirely. But where's the shot? Nah, it looks the same. Okay, I want to see about the compressed version of it. Except I don't know where I saved it, so I need to look at that. Where do you put it in documents? Okay. Just CMP. Sir, I'm not calling you. Just stay there. Jesus Christ, with the groaning, this old man. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, Pyth is still not working. Never mind. There's a bunch of errors. Oh shit, and there's also some non-dynamic compression. Which, by the way, this error message is phrased horribly, because it used to say only dynamic compression is supported right now. Now it says non-dynamic compression not supported right now. But I kind of mixed the two messages together and now it doesn't make any sense. But oh well. Now I'm actually curious for the Linux community. What distros would you consider to be user-friendly? I wanna see some examples. Maybe, who knows, I'll be done with Ubuntu because it's not exactly the most user-friendly. It's not the best. So if anyone has any suggestions for user-friendly distros, I am all ears. And so is wait, hold on. No, his ears are actually not visible in the image, so he's not all ears. Yeah, he's not all ears. He's actually no ears. But that's okay. I am all ears. Linux Mint. What's up, Labubu? Labu labu labubu. The fact that there's a Labubu song is just so horrible. Labubu Funk is probably an improvement on it. I'll do some research later on. Maybe you'll see me replace one of those two masterpieces with Labubu Funk album soon enough. Friendly operating system is here. The best Linux distros for beginning makes switching from macOS or Windows easy. Who's switching from Mac to Linux, bro? Come on. Who's actually doing that? You know, besides the little tiny issue that Mac was having the other day. That's not a Mac issue, it's a Final Cut Pro issue, but it's still software made by Apple. I was trying to export a 10-hour video I uploaded, and I couldn't because it kept running out of RAM and swap memory. It was using 100 gigs of RAM. As a tiny little memory leak in Final Cut Pro. Just a little bit of a wee little memory leak. Well, wee and leak. The jokes write themselves. Price, free. Core code, Ubuntu, open source, yes. Can you easily swap from one to the other, I wonder? Is that a thing that you can do? Best Linux distro for those who like Windows. Who the fuck are those? Who are these people? I guess I get it. I see it. Besides the trash icon looking like something I designed in sprite. Ubuntu, Mint, Endeavor, Manjaro. See, I wouldn't really consider Ubuntu, or for that matter, Fedora, to be particularly user-friendly. They're okay. They're not difficult. They're not fucking Arch Linux, but I wouldn't consider them to be particularly user-friendly. Zorin more targeted towards Windows users. No, I totally get that. Ubuntu. Core code Debian. Pop OS. Odd name, but it's a great test. Oh shit, don't show me Slack like that, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that on a Saturday. Fuck's sake. Today's Saturday, right? Yes. Okay. MX Linux. This one I've never heard of before. Mexican Linux. Is that what it stands for? Apparently not. That's it? What about Arch? So pretty much all of them are based off Ubuntu and Debian. I did consider actually installing this one because my computer was mostly for gaming. I wasn't planning on streaming off it, but never went for it. But yeah, I'm good with Ubuntu. It's just I wouldn't consider it to be user friendly necessarily. It's Linux friendly by Linux standards, but I mean, did I say Linux friendly? I meant user friendly by Linux standards, but I don't necessarily consider it to be too user friendly. All right, let me see what you got going on here. About interesting. It has a history timeline. And it starts with a French developer now commonly known as Clem writing reviews and tutorials for various Linux sites. Omerky is the new cool kid on the block for user-friendly merch. Yeah, I hear about it a lot. People who swear by it. Especially, you know, streamers and YouTubers who just happen to have a whole bunch of merch and happen to all of a sudden, in a very slightly coordinated effort, started supporting it. And you know, next month they're gonna be on the next one. Monarchy, most likely. At least if you ask DuckDuckGo. You get pictures of the monarchy. Is this the one that I need to install? A traumatic release. This timeline is so amazing. They're not shying away. This is on their official website. This is on their official website. I love that. Okay, it ends at 2012 with the modern era, so just like everything from now on, but absolutely incredible website right there. Yeah, I have heard a lot about this one being user-friendly. I just never have seen even what it looks like. But yeah, I've heard it. Especially when people say like, stop using Windows. Use Mint if you need something simple. I've heard about that one a lot. Omerky just seems all hype, to be honest. Omarchy? Omarchy? Not sure how I'm supposed to pronounce it. Monarchy? Hold on, my fridge is about to take off. It looks like it's making weird noises. Right, it stopped. No, it didn't. I'll be right back. It might explode. Well, my fridge did not explode. It just started making random noises, but you know the cool thing about not having a smart fridge? You just punch it and it stops. It's that simple. It's just like, and it's done. Never understand why Arch has so many users. It's about people I use Arch, by the way. Why would you want a distro that occasionally stops working on a system update? You don't need to go through a system update for it to stop working, by the way. For that matter, that has happened to me on Ubuntu, but that's because of NVIDIA drivers. I remember this one time, I shut down my computer and I was like, oh shit, I forgot to push my changes. I'm gonna turn it on again. And one of my monitors just stopped working. Just like that. No updates, no changes, nothing. It just stopped working. I was just like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. You told me I was going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. It's my day off, bitch. But yeah, on Arch, this happens a lot. Because people like to do DIY. That is the Linux user mentality that I was talking about. AUR is the Arch user repository, right? I heard there was malware on there now. Something very simple, but that's what they found. And there could be more. For that matter, there can be malware anywhere, but shit, Windows is malware at this point. But yeah. All right. So kind of interesting that this worked. Despite it printing a million errors, the top of Jester's head is actually showing. Now, there is an error happening, and all right, pressing the wrong key here. Can you zoom in? Seriously? Can't zoom in? All right, zoom and enhance. Can I seriously not zoom in? All right, interesting. So, the very top of the image is working fine. 2 pixels according to this. Yeah, the first 2 pixel rows are working. Then after that, this part breaks down. The first 6 pixels. And then it all just breaks down completely. And this one actually does not look like Jester at all. Well, hold on. You can kind of see the ear here, if that's even the power outlet here, then the ear here. And then this is like the black part here, I guess. And then at some point it just breaks down completely. So quite interesting. Uncompression, I mean, decompression is working a lot better. Uncompression is not a thing. But I'm working on the non-compressed version entirely. Yeah, the funny thing about Arch Linux is that people swear by it, but then jump to install a pre-built version of it, a pre-configured version of it, which kind of defeats the entire purpose of it. But hey, what do I know? I've always considered to be particularly complex for no good reason, and that's why I've always steered clear of it. You cannot resize Windows. Yeah, you can't. Alright, this one's looking better. It still breaks down in the exact same way. If you look really closely, you probably can't see it on the stream, but the top pixels are working fine. Then it just breaks down a little bit, then it breaks down completely in the exact same way that the compressed image does. Because at the end of the day, it's the same image, just compressed or non-compressed. But okay, I'm getting close to getting PNG to work. Interestingly enough. Just need to review my code, make sure that it actually is reasonable. Kind of hard to tell exactly what is or isn't working. But I do want you to tell me what the BPP for this image is. I'm not sure if it's a 24 or 32-bit picture. It should have no transparency, so it should be 24, but I'm not sure. 24. Okay. So I need to make sure that all of this is actually working with 24. Which it should be. Wait, I forgot I have formatting stuff now. Yeah, so all of them don't have an alpha, but then the alpha is not actually counted when it comes to drawing the image. So it's okay. Oh, this is the raw value, so makes sense. Okay. Cool. When I apply a filter, I break down the image into 24, 16. Oh, I just realized this one doesn't really need it, but just for the sake of being correct here, I want to do that. Okay, and when you apply a filter, wait, okay. When the very beginning of the picture looks weird, let me see, hold on. All right. The first row or two rows, according to image preview, but I'm not sure about that. But let's say the first row works fine. Then you get to the second row, and these ones here, which is about 6 pixels, are not working correctly, but then these are. That is kind of weird. And that works for quite a bit until you get to this part, and then it just completely breaks down. And yet, when I'm getting the pixels, I'm getting the... Let me look at the PNG specification real quick. Okay. The code bugs. I tried to debug it. The code works. Amazing. I love GDB. Absolutely the best. Now, for operating system development, you have a lot of those quirks. GDB is cool, but then this kind of stuff happens all the time. Okay. Scanline transmitted unmodified. It is only necessary to insert a filter type before the data. Okay, that much we know, which is why filter type 0 does nothing. The subtraction one. Well, for the love of God. Oh, wait, no, hold on. The subtraction one actually adds when you're decoding. Unsigned arithmetic modulo 256 is used so that both the input and the output fit into bytes. The sequence of sub-values is transmitted as the filtered scan line. To reverse the effect of the sub-filter after decompression, output the following value. Shit, the BPP. No, that should be fine. Okay, hold on. I gotta think about this. I think I understand what the problem is. This is a 24-bit image. And I'm pretty sure if it was a 32-bit image, it would work fine. But it doesn't. Because when I receive a pixel into those 32, I do it like this. This is the alpha. Then I receive some color for the red, green, and blue. But I'm adding this here. Then I'm like doing the next pixel. And again, I receive no alpha. And again, I receive another value. When I go to read, I read the one before it, and then I compare these bytes together, these bytes together, these bytes together, and these bytes together. So the calculation itself is correct. The problem comes when I'm doing this conversion here. I'm pretty sure. Because this conversion is translating the 00 to FF. Which isn't always right. It will mess with the result. So, my theory is correct. Just apply the current value. Then, at the very end of this entire thing, shouldn't matter in the end, but it does. It does affect the alpha. But let me see. What was the name of the operation? Convert BPP color. If I do all the conversions at the end, add in an extra loop, oh my god. That changes nothing. Yeah, 24-bit does that. That's what that function does, but it shouldn't do it at the beginning. It should do it at the end. Otherwise, it could theoretically cause issues, but that doesn't seem to be the case. In the case of bytes being 3, yeah, but right now, actually, the color itself is gotten as a 32-bit value padded with zeros. Then we apply the thing per byte. So maybe that would mess with the alpha, but it really doesn't. And then we store it as a 32-bit value, no matter how much it had. Now we store it as a whatever it was, again, 32-bit, but padded with zeros. And at the end, we do that 0xFF conversion. But it's still not working. So let me see if there's anything that I missed. That looks about the same. For all x less than 0, assume that raw is less than is 0. Okay, not super helpful, but thank you. Not sure why you would have a -0, but okay. And then sub x plus raw Wait. Mm, the raw version, not the computed version. To reverse the effect of the subfilter after decompression, output the following value. Sub x. So the value that you find in the current pixel plus the raw value of the previous pixel. Not the existing already calculated value of it. So I shouldn't be using buff. I should be using getColor BPP. Fuck's sake. That's painful, but okay. There's an ad starting on Twitch, so I'm gonna be back in 3 minutes after that ad is done. Am I offline on YouTube? Bro, hello? No? Okay. It shows me that I'm offline, and then I checked the stream manager and it took a while to show, but yeah, no, I am online. All right. Not sure what happened there. An error occurred. Yeah. Sure, buddy. Whatever you say. All right, now it's back. All right, I'll be back in 3 minutes. Alright, so we're back. And, Best Creeper, I am terrified by whatever you're making. That means also green is last red plus filter data. Blue is last green plus filter data. It says X minus BPP. So that should mean... Yeah, maybe I should run the filter as pure bytes, but... It says X minus BPP, so I think that just means red is red, green is green. That would make sense. Yeah, I don't think they mix the colors like that. That would be really weird. Alright. It does mean that these values are wrong. That kind of sucks. Because that means I need to run this function a million times. Oh. I press X instead of C. Fucking sucks, but... X menos uno. Y menos uno. Alright, let me start with those. What in the World War III was that plane flying really loudly, really close? Don't think it got picked up by the microphone, but yeah. Say 10% chance that the stream ends abruptly because of a nuke dropped onto my city. I guess we'll see. Yeah, I'm thinking not. I'm thinking that's not quite right. That is worse. That is way worse. Where raw refers to the bytes already decoded, then why the fuck would you call it raw? And why I deleted the old streams? Because they're old. I don't want to keep like a million streams on my channel. End of filter 1. Where raw refers to the bytes already decoded. What the fuck would you call it raw, bro? No, it actually makes sense to call it bro. I mean, to call it raw, not to call it bro. That's not what I meant. Alright. So, this one made sense. Yeah. Yeah, it makes a little bit of sense. So cute. Alright, let me see real quick what filters each one of them is using. Yeah, raw data makes sense, yeah. That's why I say it does make sense. Did it change? Alright, row 0 uses filter type 1. That makes sense because it's the previous byte. I mean the previous image. Yes. row 1 uses filter type 4. Which is Pyth or Path or whatever. But I closed it. If I'm basing it off of the screenshot, which I'm not sure that the screenshot is the most reliable source, but because it's really weird. But according to this screenshot, how do you scroll on this? I'm sure you can. This is 2 pixels, according to it. But then again, how many pixels is this? That is 2 pixels as well. So that means the first row is correct, but the second one is not. That's a 2 by 2. Yeah, so actually the pixel size is half of what this says. So that means that the row that works correctly entirely from the very beginning is 1 pixel, not 2. Okay. Value is 0 if invalid index results. That's for x less than 0, not for x equal to 0. On the first scan line of an image, assume prior x 0 for all x. The order in which ties are broken is critical and must not be altered. The tie break order is pixel to the left, above, and upper left. For all x less than 0, assume that raw x is 0 and prior x is 0. On the scan line of an image, assume... On the first scan line of an image, assume prior x 0 for all x. But this is specifically for Pyth, which is not the case. But then this is wrong. This would be more correct. There we go. For y equal to 0, you make it 0. And for y equal to 0 or x equal to 0, you make it 0. Otherwise, you make it this value. Bada bing, bada boom. Now, QEMU, by the way, hey, all right, that was an improvement. That worked. Okay, so that got rid of that. Cool. QEMU had the big brain idea when it came to how to quit the terminal, because Control-C doesn't work on QEMU, because Control-C could be used inside of the operating system that you're running, so it doesn't really make sense. But, so you use Control-A and then you press X. I'm pretty sure you can do Control-Q or Control... There's a way to bring up the QEMU command line, and I'm not sure which one it is. Not sure how to do it, but yeah. For OR, this one's an OR, yeah. For diagonal, if either one of these is 0, it means you can't go to the previous diagonal because there's nothing there or nothing there. So the value is 0. Okay, so that worked. But then at some point, it stops working again. Oh, to use parentheses there? No, I think it's clear. This is still not working. Even though the image data is clearly there because I can see his nose here. I can see his eye here. I can see his ear here. And all of them use 4. Number of scan lines for the chunks works better on the WSL VM than on my Windows PC. Everything works better on what's not Windows. Okay, so that leads us to the question of, is it the chunk data that I'm reading that is wrong, or is it the filter processing that is wrong? Can't really know, but we can kind of guess. That's quite a few. 68, right? Yeah, which at twice the pixel resolution means the first 34 filters are working fine. Start counting at 0, so then you get to this one. They have filter 3, which I'm pretty sure this math is also incorrect. Not here though. Then I probably need to do the same thing for the other 2 lines. And I'm not processing those. Eesh. That wasn't as good as I thought it was gonna be. But yeah, I'm not doing the apply correctly here. Average plus the floor of the... Okay. So it actually needs to be... Yep. You don't divide by 2 here. You just get them. And then you do it here. Current is equal to PNG filter apply between the current. Yeah, that's just a simple... Yeah. A floor, which is kind of a given based off the way that it works. Raw plus prior divided by 2. That will already floor it. Should that be done on a per on a per byte basis? Don't think that's gonna cause an issue, but maybe it needs to be done on a per byte basis. raw plus plier, I do think that needs to happen per byte. So it should be possible to just do this. It changed a little bit. Changed just a bit. It's even clearer. I'm actually not sure that the modulo thingy is needed at all. 'Cause that was for encoding, not for decoding. Although he has yellow eyes now, which is kind of creepy. But yeah, it is needed. It is needed. Previous image, previous row. Hello, Johannes. Where the result is computed mod 256. Yeah, it is needed in this too. But a prediction is calculated in the same way as for encoding. The first 2 bytes already decoded, and prior refers to decoded bytes of the previous scan line. Probably the only one doing C on Twitch. Or even other than game dev. Well, I'm also doing game dev, to be fair. Not today. I was a little unsure on whether I should do the last thing I have left to do for my game, so I'm thinking not. But yeah. For the month of October, I've been doing game dev. It's not really something I plan on keeping going. Past next week, essentially. Although I do plan on keep making games, but probably not streaming it. Unless I do a specific stream about that one day, but yeah. So many streams and no one does Java. There's a reason for that. There's a reason we don't do Java. Java is not the best. Java is poisoned coffee. Java is I'm going to have to do Java on my next project, unfortunately. I am sorry to hear that. Yeah, this 2 is not really needed. There was a guy who used to do Java every Sunday, making a Minecraft server. Well, yeah, for Minecraft you need to do Java, so that makes sense. I saw someone doing a Minecraft server the other day when I was looking to raid someone. I wonder if it's him. But I ended up not raiding, so... Well, not him. So, couldn't really tell you. Alright, so the average of these needs to be applied per... If you code a Minecraft server from scratch, you don't need Java. Yeah, from scratch, you don't need Java. But assuming he wasn't doing it from scratch, then, you know, Java kind of helps. Boy, do I wish they'd picked C++ for Minecraft. Not for Bedrock. Bedrock is okay, just not so good. Getting better. We're getting there, Jester. We're getting there. Do the div 2 directly in alpha red. Yeah, I am. Oh, because I'm... Oh. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm not exactly doing it like that. Yeah, you're right. Also, it's cleaner to do it this way, to be fair. Jester! You're looking damn good. But he's scratching. Alright, we're getting there. We're not quite there yet. And also that blue stuff behind him, I don't think it's supposed to be blue. This is like a... It's either a pink toy that he has, or it's a... it's like a pink flamingo, or like a featherless chicken. I don't know what it's supposed to be. It's either that or someone's hand. RGB versus BGR. Yeah. That seems like it. Which is essentially an endianness issue. Or skill issue, if you will. Yeah, also if you look at this, this has a blue tint to it that it probably shouldn't have. So right now I'm doing it here. I can probably bring this back, but... Is that the correct syntax for this? Let's find out. Yeah, the reverse is not for everything. The reverse goes here. No, not here. Here. Or actually... Hold on. No. No. Hold on. Jesus fucking Christ. What's the name of the function I copied? Convert PPP color. Oh no, it's not doing a... I'm already doing it here. The endianness swap. When you get the color, you're already doing the flipping. Because you get last value, middle value, first value, and then a 0 here. And here I'm pretty sure I should also be doing the swap, but I'm not. Unless I'm not supposed to do that. It's worth checking. The only place where I haven't put the built-in swap. Might as well give it a shot. Oh, your cursed code doesn't crash anymore. That's amazing to hear. Yeah, that's not it. Oh, Jesus, Jester, what's happening to you, buddy? Alright, you know what? Oh, so what if it's a little blue? Who gives a shit? The world's too red anyway, too much blood. We could use a little bit of blue. Blue is a calming color, so... Yeah. Until, you know, you try to show a picture of the sea and it's blood red because the blue and the red have been swapped. But okay, let's get the image working first and then worry about the endianness of the color. I probably shouldn't do the built-in swap for the pixel, that's true. Maybe it is worth to not do that. Not sure it's going to break everything because I'm doing it for all of them, but fair point. Okay, color-wise, we're good. So either I'm doing it twice, somewhere else that I'm not thinking, or yeah, I don't know, but it's good. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good. We still have some issues with some of the colors. All right, I can do the same thing I was doing before. Check which line it starts glitching at and what's causing the glitch. All right, so now all of this works. All of this works. Also can pretty much confirm that's the chicken thingy that he has. No, BMP uses a different function that does use the endianness swap. That one does both things, extracting the pixel and converting it to 32-bit in one fell swoop, whereas PNG is doing it step by step. So there's three functions. One that does both things at once, and one that does only extracting the color, and one that does converting the color. So no, it won't break BMP. RGB order and RGBA for 32. Why the fuck is everything else swapped except for this, bro? That makes no sense. Okay. Same thing I've done. All right, now. It's a bit hard to tell exactly where. Well, okay, this one tells me pretty clearly. Glitch starts at 116, and 116 divided by 2 is 58. So filter 58, which is actually filter 57, is a path filter. Don't really know what's wrong. I don't know. First off, it's not even happening. It's not even happening at the beginning. It's not happening here or here. So that's not a problem. It's happening like here. Only in this subset of the image, where X and Y are already past 0. And we align them so that they match like that. Except lower this a little bit. Right there. Yeah, so it's just a glitch art. Is that the name of it? I'm calling it that. Yeah, glitch art. See? It's a thing. That's what I'm going for. That's the artistic vision for this anyway. All right, no, but yeah. So somewhere around here it starts breaking. See some artifacts starting here. So at like 102, about filter 50 or so, or 49. But all of these are 3 and 4, which we've already checked for correctness. They seem pretty damn correct. Now, the interesting thing is, like, this line is created by this glitch. This line is less visible. And yeah, they kind of follow a pattern. Some special cases on Python when switching from 3. Yeah, might be. Again, could just be glitch art. We don't know. Just there's an artist. We never know. You cannot question an artist's methods. Okay, but first off, confirm that for all x less than 0, assume that raw x is 0. On the first scan line of an image, assume prior is all x. Yeah, same as before. As the colors change from left to right, it runs into issue, which is why the left side of the pic is good. So the way that it works is the first line, the very first line of pixels is using the sub filter, in which the pixel value that you find is actually just the difference with the previous pixel. So that's filter type 1, which we find in the first ever image. Then lines 1 and 2 use the complicated one, Pyth, or Peth, or whatever. Could be an overflow. Yeah, that's worth looking at. Then line 3 uses filter type up, which is instead of copying from the previous pixel, it's copying from the pixel above it. All of which needs to be computed modulo 256. But when we simply apply a filter, might be a similar thing to what was happening before. And then what we need to do is we need to put the modulo. What the fuck did I just do? Oh, I put them all in one line. Okay. The modulo might need to go here. That way, that prevents it from turning into more than a byte. PAPBPC? Don't think so, because those are bytes already. They're using modulo. PAPBPC... Yeah, actually, yeah. Never mind, I was thinking of these, not these. And AB plus C can be negative. Indeed, it can. Okay, it changed. So that was definitely it. Like that. Ooh. Seriously? Crash the entire system? Okay. The entire system crashed. Not just the program. I don't trust you. I told you I didn't trust it. I had a fucking reason to not trust it. There you fucking go, Jester! You made it! It's official. Can you give us a little, live performance? Please don't glitch. If you glitch in real life, I am out. I'm getting a cat. Alright. The curse of Pyth was broken, indeed. Okay, so that was just Unk. Actually, no, the image is not called it. It doesn't have the correct name. The name should have been just Unk. Or uncompressed, obviously. Same as test Unk. But then we have just Comp, which actually should just be called Jest. And that's the compressed version of the image. Let's see how that's going. It wasn't working well, the decompression, so don't expect it to look amazing, but hey, it's a start. It's a fucking start. But yeah, it straight up won't work because of this error. But also, this complaint, non-deflate block. Not entirely sure about that. Pretty sure just this if is wrong. Yeah, I don't think it's invalid data type. So the way that it worked is that a deflate block can actually be bigger than a PNG IDAT block. So I check its size. Oh, but curve block is okay. Yeah. It's the if statement that's wrong. Fucking ridiculous, but whatever. Okay. Essentially, the deflate block can be bigger than the goddamn IDAT block. And the uncompressed data gives me the size of the deflate block. Whereas, if I'm not mistaken, I don't remember exactly right now, the compressed data does not give me the total size of the block. So this if statement checks if we have more data to be read. Yeah, again. Can a compressed data... Okay, yeah, literally wasn't a to-do. Okay, because a non-compressed deflate block can cross boundaries, IDAT boundaries, and so this code prevents that. But a compressed one can also do that, and so it won't fucking work. Yeah, great. Fucking wonderful. So I'll need to look into that, but that's a different story. It's a different one. Because I don't think the deflate block tells me the size of it. Let me check. Do I have... No, I do not. The compressed data can span several IDAT chunks. Yes, I wasn't sure if it could or not, but it can. So maybe the best thing I can do is just process all of the chunks, put them together, and then process the deflate chunks inside of that. But that's currently not what I'm doing. Ugh. It's just a pain in the ass. It's just a fucking pain in the ass. What is the point of several IDAT chunks if the goddamn chunks inside of that can be bigger than the chunks outside of that? Like, what's the fucking... Who designed this? Right, a guy who yells at people who complain about it on Stack Overflow, so maybe... Shh. The concatenation of the contents of all the IDAT chunks make up a zlib data stream. It's important to emphasize that the boundaries between IDAT chunks are arbitrary and can fall anywhere in the zlib data stream. Exactly. Not sure where you got that from, but yes. I don't remember if I read this on Wikipedia or on the PNG format helper somewhere, but they said that the point of IDAT is to support being able to stream images. So you don't get all the information at once, you get it part by part. But what's the fucking point of that if then the deflate chunk inside of it is not complete and you cannot actually read all of the information completely? Because for that matter, check value to be split across IDAT chunk. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Why would you do this? Why would you fucking do this? Check value to be split. Multiple threads and the stream receiver feeds the Z-Leap decoder. It just... Yeah, the way that mine is designed technically works that way, at the very least. I have that. Because I was thinking, okay, so I just take all the IDAT chunks, put them all together, and then process. But yeah, let's not do it like that. The way that it works right now makes sense. I just need to detect that the current block is not over, and then I can just continue reading it. For uncompressed, I did it this way, and it worked. So for compressed, it should also work. Okay. Filters done. Filters done. That's numero uno done. So that's the first problem, and the second problem is, of course, well, hardly a problem. It's the fact that according to this, there is also a non-dynamic compression. Again, this message is so misleading because it's an amalgamation of two different messages Frankenstein together, and it ends up not making sense and saying the opposite of what it should say. But it's having a little bit of a "are you fucking sorry" type of moment with this message. But there is non-dynamic compression according to this, unless I'm reading the data wrong. Not sure about that. Yeah, okay. All right, let me begin by committing what I have, which is this is correct. I'm keeping this one just in case. There's also the fact that LZ77 window size is variable. I remember screwing and trying to decompress PNG. Ooh. Yeah, so maybe the way that I have it right now, which is kind of a state machine, is probably the best way to do it. Okay. All right. How do I know then if the code header is done or not? The code block is done or not? I don't think, not the code, the flate. I don't think the flate header has a size explicitly. It has a size when it's uncompressed. It has hlen and nHlen or something like that. I forgot what it was called. nlen. Len and nlen, not hlen. So that's how I know when an uncompressed block crosses IDAT boundaries. But with a compressed block, I don't know. Number of blocks and check value? What's number of block? Because there can actually be multiple deflate blocks in one image, right? I do believe that is a thing. Because on the uncompressed one, it is multiple uncompressed separate deflate blocks. And we just saw that that one's working correctly, so that's that. But for deflate, this is all the information that we have. At first, my check was simple. If this is an 8, then we can assume that it's a continuation of a block, but that's not correct either. Jester, you've been licking yourself since the stream started, and the sound in the background is very annoying. The deflate stream should have the size of the block. I'm not sure about that. Who the fuck asked you? Oh, there is this. It tells you if it's the last block on the stream, but it doesn't tell you the size of the block. Size is in that case not needed. It needs a little bit of look ahead, doesn't it? I feel like it needs a little bit of look ahead in that case. Because there is still a case in which there's only one block, for example, right? And so it tells me there's no more blocks after this, which is 0, I believe. No, 1. Oh, right, it is last. Okay. So it tells me this is the last block and the only one I find. Okay, but it actually crosses boundaries. I shouldn't start processing the block until I read the entire block. Right? But how do I know when I've read the entire block? The libpng. Oh, the lib. Oh, yes, you're right. The zlib header. It's this shit. It's actually this. So maybe I need to figure out what all of these are. Because I'm not sure which one of those values is supposed to give me. All right. Gotta take care of the baby. Being a single parent is not easy. Jester, what do you think? This is actually probably the best one. Don't stab me. Okay, this is it. Compression method, compression info. Is the base 2 logarithm of the LZ77 window size -8? What the fuck does that mean? Can you please write it in a way that's like understandable for people who shut down when they read the word logarithm, please? Jester is not currently understanding what we're talking about, so it would be ideal if we could get a little bit of... Can you stop complaining? I'm giving you attention. The B final bit is in deflate, yes, but that doesn't give me the size. The power of 2 that gives you the window size. Okay. -8 for whatever fucking reason. C info is the base 2 logger. Okay, yeah, okay. See, it's literally just me shutting down. The second that I read it and understand, it makes sense. Base 2 logarithm. So the power of 2 that gives you the value. Okay. -8 is an interesting one. CINFO 7 indicates a 32K window size. Okay, so that with a 32K window size, so that -7, okay, -8. I mean +8, +8. Makes sense. Minimum window is 256. I guess it is. I guess it is, okay. So we have that, that's great. Probably gonna modify the algorithm a whole bunch. But this is where we read the header. The context cur block is equal to the header C info Yeah, that part we already knew. We don't currently support non-dynamic, but it's just a matter of finding the tree, the Huffman tree for the coding non-dynamic, putting it somewhere in the code and detecting that. So that's good. Okay, the current block. Let me see where I assign it. Wait, because I'm actually not reducing it. Oh, here I am reducing. Okay. Is CINFO an actual thing that I'm storing? Because I didn't see the autocomplete, but that's Clang probably. No, it's not though. Oh, it's CINF. Is it called CINF? No, it's CINFO. It's just a typo on my end. Okay. And it is that plus 8 and 2 to the power of that. Which is the same as doing this, right? If I'm not mistaken. Are you serious? Yeah. With value 7, 32K as exception? How is that an exception? That's perfectly reasonable. Now the problem, big ass problem, is that I can easily just store the lit, len, and distance trees and reuse them next time. But the problem is that the code is not really prepared for that. And I guess there is a possibility in which the tree itself is cut off. That kind of sucks. But I guess I don't really necessarily need to care about that right now. All right. There's an ad starting soon, so I'll be back in 3 minutes. We'll figure out how to continue from here. But, okay, I have this. So this code is going to start working again, except it's just set up for memcpy, which is not exactly correct anymore. I need to store the current deflate header type in order to do this correctly. But yeah, I'll figure this one out after I'm back. All right, we're back with a very concerning message in chat. The size of the compressed block is in fact not stored everywhere. You do need to keep going through the IDATs and deflate headers until it is tagged as the final block. No, that part I know. That part I get. Although, this entire thing makes me want to cry. There's that. Little tidbit for y'all. Because now I need to refactor the entire damn thing. The entire damn thing. Holy fuck. Fucking hell. Now you do need to know the size of it, and this does tell you the size of it. No. The LZ77 window size is not the same. Fuck this. Fuck this. New decision, official executive decision right now. PNG is no longer a supported format. Fuck y'all. Deflate is no longer a supported format. Fuck HTML. Fuck PNG. Fuck PDF. Fuck MP3. Fuck all of them. We're done. We're done here. We're playing Minecraft now. Which is probably using deflate somewhere in its code, actually. Pretty sure Minecraft chunks are actually encoded with some algorithm. I don't know which one. Yeah, so this is... okay. I understand I have to read through the fucking chunks to find the final one. Okay. How do I know where one chunk ends and the next one begins? I don't have that information. This is not a thing. This is not information that I have been given. This is not information that I have. This is not... There is a tag in the deflate that tells you that? Which one? Oh, wait. One of these, right? No. No. HClen, HDist, HLit, btype. I don't remember the exact meaning of all of these, but... HClen is used for the tree. HDist is used for this tree. HLit is used for this tree. But after that, once I have the trees, I don't know where to apply them. Is then the concatenation of the contents of all the IDOT chunks. Yeah, but how do you know when a deflate chunk ends? That's the question. When you reach 256 as a code, is that the current logic that I have? Deflate block. Oh my god, it's literally right here. No, it's not. Deflate block, here it is. Yeah, I guess. That's how you know where it ends. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, so I guess that's how you do it. So this is not right. Again, I'm not exactly considering the possibility in which the tree itself is split. That's a thing that I'm not considering right now. Only where the data is split. I'm hoping that's good enough for now. Although, I probably shouldn't do that. Minecraft worlds are compressed with zlib or gzip, forget which one, and zlib for network compression. Yeah, so this, pretty much. Theoretically, what you're saying is correct. Scan the file for all the IDATs, put them all together, decode that. Yes. But what about streamed IDATs? That's technically not super correct. But it might just be easier. Who the fuck cares about streaming, bro? I was literally complaining about, like, why would you care about streaming? And then... And we can just interrupt the process if we don't have all the IDATs. Yeah, okay, that's just a lot easier. Alright, let me see the changes that I've made so far. I might need to undo some of them. That's the only one. Okay. Yeah, so that's the easiest way to do it. So right now I'm using an output buffer, but on top of that I might want to use a data buffer. File size will do. Fuck it. Third-party servers can add their own compression formats? Really? Interesting. Okay. So there's the data buffer. And then what we want to do when we read an IDAT is, we also want to keep a pointer. We just want to put them all together into the data buffer plus the data pointer, the data cursor. That's our destination. Our source is going to be this. Length is going to be this. Like that. Okay, so found some IDAT, blah, 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 blah. This now with the data buffer and the data cursor. The context, and of course we have to increase the data cursor by the length. Okay, so I'm putting them all together. And then I'm using the deflate decode one time with the data that I currently have available. And I don't give a shit about streaming, essentially. Hey, Road GPA. Did it just work? Did it just fucking work, or is this the uncompressed picture? Don't play with me like that. Don't play with me like that. Did it work, or is this the wrong picture? 200 megabytes. It fucking worked. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, so what am I developing? PNG decoding. Oh, I think I just ripped the thread that was hanging off my pants. Okay, yes, I did. 200 kilobytes, not megabytes, yes. Yes, I think so. Okay. Damn. So proud of you, Jester. So proud of you. All right, so PNG is fixed. Camera lagged. That's because I said fuck streaming. I don't care about streaming. And it was like, oh yeah, you don't care about streaming? Well, you don't care about live streaming either, do you? All right, PNG fixed. Fuck it. I was considering like, should I just build a whole state machine so I can support streaming? No. 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 Fuck no. Have you considered just not doing that? It's that simple. It's that fucking simple. There we go. And PNG is fixed with 2, 5, 6, 7, 8 lines of code. Except one of them is just moved to a different place, so 7 lines of code. Beautiful commit incoming. No, I need to make it a little bit. The lines of the last 2 hours were mostly, well, Psycode. You were gone for like 5 minutes, and guess what? Please work, don't fucking break again. It works. Yeah, so I just put all the IDATs together and I don't care about the the deflate delimiter. Turns out it's just when you find the value 256. So I already had support for that, so I just put all the IDATs together. And yeah, 7 lines of code. That's all it took. I still don't support non-dynamic. I don't know how likely that one is to happen. And again, it should be a pretty simple fix. But I technically don't support it anymore. And technically, I do support uncompressed streaming. If only I remembered where. Here, can I compress the flip block? This is no longer needed since we put IDATs together. No, dynamic Huffman is done. The funny thing is I have dynamic Huffman, but I don't have static Huffman. Which, again, it's just a matter of finding the tree and building it. And, like, putting it somewhere in the code. It would be that simple. I just haven't bothered. I just don't know how likely that one is to be used. But, yeah. The portable network graphic format does not use non-dynamic compression because its core design is for lossless compression. Absolutely fucking amazing, Google AI. Can't wait to make shorts with you. I would spit on the ground if it wasn't my bedroom floor. Okay, so that to do actually went from stuff that needs to be done to stuff that needs to be removed. And I always love that. I always love when that happens. All right. Shit. Person XY can't have blonde hair because they have long hair. Exactly. All right. Damn. It's truly the end of an era. Compression. And I can finally make a video about compression because I've been super interested in doing that for a while, but I haven't because I hadn't finished it. But now I have. Hey, typical jacked guy. All right. We're good. We're good. Damn. It's an emotional moment. It truly is. Okay, I gotta remove some of these shit ass comments. By the way, they're all over the place. Well, actually, I'm pretty sure it's just this one. Yeah, never mind. A little bit of an exaggeration there, but whatever. It's so full of comments. It's one comment. It's a little bit slow. Oh well. Cry about it. No, not comment. Comment was the wrong word. Doesn't matter. It's gone now. All right. Define clean code and we will judge. Couldn't care less about what's clean and what isn't. If it works and it's somewhat efficient, it's good enough for me. If it works, it's not quite efficient, but you'll go back and fix it someday. Yeah, it's mostly good enough for me. And if you'll never fix it someday, well, I hope you accept pull requests and someone else can, but good enough for me. All right. I don't have to do Huffman anymore. Holy shit. It actually works. It actually works. Amazing. Okay. That means that I gotta work on a video because I wanted to make a video about compression. But okay, this is 12 minutes.
Today I want to talk about the clean, hexagonal and onion architectures that promise maintainable, scalable and decoupled code. However, in my experience, I've seen many development teams applying these patterns and ending up with a bloated, over-engineered code base.
Yeah.
In this video, I'll explain why this happens, and I also give you some guidelines and principles you can use in your design to avoid falling in this trap. Let's start. The core tenet of these architectures is
Alright, we're not gonna start. We're not watching the whole video.
what are
Wonder,
ports and adapters.
where is this guy from? Malta. Okay. I was thinking, sounds kind of Italian, but not really. Yeah, so clean code is whatever's readable, honestly. And whatever works, gets the job done efficiently enough, it's clean code. Like, for example, clean code, but it's React. Sure, it's clean. It's bloated. It being clean literally means nothing. It's like, yeah, I don't know what it's like. But yeah, clean code is okay. But I feel like clean code principles are a little crazy. Let me see now. This is actually such a perfect example. Okay, so I understand that a discount being the price times 0.1 may be a little bit unclear, but this is just stupid. And you gotta ask yourself, like, what genuine improvement does this provide? Also, certain numbers are understandable. Like, if I do this, imagine I put a parenthesis on both sides because I couldn't be bothered. It's pretty clear what the 2 is doing here. I don't think you need me to put it in a const to explain it. And I feel like this example that they picked with a 10% discount is so ridiculous already. AI generated article? I don't know about that, but I don't think so. Use comments sparingly, and when you do, make them meaningful. See, this I agree with. Which is actually something that AI would not do. AI never does this. AI puts comments on everything. AI is like... I know that the way I actually wrote it is incorrect, but doesn't matter. It illustrates the point. Write short functions that only do one thing. The single responsibility principle. See, these are called something else. Single responsibility principle is part of solid, is it? Solid, yes. Which is part of clean code, and it fucking isn't. I cannot tell you how many job interviews I did when they were like, do you know the solid principles? Yes. Can you name the 5 solid principles? Yes. So I named them, explained them, and they're like, okay, you're hired. Then you go into their code base and it's just a fucking nightmare. You hear a scream when you open it. But hey, you answered a question for the interview. That's good enough for them. You're for fluid. Is that a joke or an actual thing? I genuinely could believe that that's an actual thing. See also? Okay. I feel like it's a joke because I'm not seeing it here. But there is grasp. Dry. There's no fluid because there's dry, so fucking playing states of matter with the code here. Yeah, for the hard-coded values thing, it makes sense for the most part, but in some cases it's too much, and I feel like the percentage thing is just ridiculous. Like, you came up with the worst fucking example. Let me give you an actual example of where you shouldn't use them. Which I was at some point, and I cleaned it up because obviously it didn't make any sense. This is my boot code, which it thinks it's plain text, but it's actually ass embly. Oh, I don't have a extension for it. Wait, no, this is not it. This is it. Do we got it now? Yes, we did. Okay. Actually, these are good examples. So here I have to set some registers, right? To the SCR value and the SPSR value, and then the SCTLR value, and the CNTHCTL. Oh, I can't even fucking read it. To this value. And so it makes sense that I would have these values defined somewhere because they're actually, they look like this. So there's this header that I got from somewhere, I don't really know where from, that defines all these values, and then I just use them in the registers. And if I want to change the value of some of those registers, I can do it. But this one here is a mask. Do I need to define it as a mask and then do LDR in order to load its value? No, it's pretty clear. I'm just trying to maintain these 3 values and zero out the rest. In that case, you don't really need it. These here are addresses, so kind of the same thing going on there. Those don't really need a definition like that. 1,000 lines of code due to copy, paste, and slight modifications with hard-coded parts. In the end, it was 200 lines of code with a function, especially as the hard-coded values were the application-specific value that changed between customers. See, that makes sense. You don't want to hard-code that type of stuff. But some things, it's like, yeah, it's fine. Or here, like read bits. What's 16? The number of bits. You don't need to define that. And like here, this is less clean. You're just yelling at me about a 10% discount. You're like Temu at this point. Follow established code writing standards. Sure. The fact that JavaScript, like Java uses one, Python uses another one, C uses another one, so on and so forth. JavaScript is just like, well, it's complicated. They don't understand the application they should solve the problem for. Sounds about right. Encapsulated nested conditionals into functions. What? Hold up. Okay, hold on. So they took this if, else, and they turned it into is, if, else, but in a different function for whatever fucking reason. And yeah, the entire time they did it without indentation. Which, by the way, is this Python? This looks like Python that needs indentation. What the genuine fuck are they going for here? It is Python. Python needs indentation, exactly. This is so stupid. Please let this be an AI generated article. Refactor continuously, the entire time. Like, all right, everybody, it's Friday afternoon, going home for the weekend, gonna see my family, gonna hang out with my girlfriend. No, you're not. You're gonna stay here and refactor the entire code base over the weekend. And next weekend too. And the weekend after that, yeah. Oh, it's your birthday on Saturday? Fuck that. You're refactoring the code. Let me see if it has a author for this shit. Or written by Codacy. Okay, it's AI generated. Or if you click on Codacy, it takes you to author Codacy. Secure. Y'all are seeing my stream lag, right? I think we all saw how my stream lagged like crazy when I opened that website. You think they were using clean code? God, I was literally saying it doesn't matter if it's clean code if you're using React. These people aren't even using React. They're using like, what's the opposite of React? Stay still? I don't know, fight or flight? Freeze in fear, like the characters in my game do? What the fuck? It didn't just lag the stream, by the way. It lagged my computer. The entire thing. Okay, let me try it on a laptop where I'm not streaming and it's more powerful. This is a laptop that shouldn't have trouble with 10-hour video if it wasn't for a teeny tiny little memory leak inside of the editor. Codacy. Let me try it here. Enterprise grade security for AI accelerated coding. All right, let me bring up the system monitor here. Sadly, this part cannot be on activity monitor. This part cannot be on stream, but okay. It doesn't lag when I'm not on when I'm not streaming. Oh, wait, hold on. It's not amazing. The website itself lags, but it doesn't lag my entire computer. It obviously doesn't lag a stream that I'm not doing. I am very concerned by them saying that NASA uses their services. By the way, NASA. You can go on YouTube right now and find all the coding requirements that NASA has. And they use this shit. We're never getting off this fucking planet. Oh god. It's either them or Elon Musk, who probably just put Grok into a fucking rocket and then crashed it. Also, proudly shaping the future of code since 2012. That means they pivoted to AI. Amazing work. Amazing fucking work. The entire thing, incredible. Love that. So yeah, clean code. Can't write shitty code if your computer is just overwhelmed by our website. All right. And y'all were right, it was an AI generated article. You know, the indentation, the lack of indentation on Python, while they're telling us about like, oh, you need to put if statements in their own function. This is clearly how you do clean code. As the website is like actively taking down my computer and without the slightest bit of indentation. Absolutely incredible work. I love AI generated companies. Sorry, AI powered companies. They are clearly a good thing for investors to invest their money on. Please keep spending billions on these companies. They truly deserve it. Yeah, keep giving them money. They know what they're doing. This looks like when the compression image wasn't working correctly. We reach a space junk tipping point. Not signing up for your website. Have we? There's a collision warning every couple of minutes, night and day for 6 months straight. Wee. Well, don't worry, the AI is gonna take care of it. Oh, actually, you could have an AI thing where it's like, oh, you know, the AI is like tasked with minimizing like space debris, and it just crashes every fucking rocket. It just makes it explode on the launch pad. And it's like, yeah, that'll prevent space debris. It's put it in a place where you guys can clean it up. That's to cure cancer, I'll just eliminate all of humanity. Then cancer won't exist anymore. Except for in animals, you know, but you know, whatever. I'll eliminate all life on Earth and then cancer won't exist anymore. Type of AI reasoning right there. One crash generates enough debris that in total generates more than one per cycle. So yeah, glad to see NASA's name on an AI generated, again, AI powered company. Incredible work right there. Love that this is happening. This is a thing that's currently happening. Again, hoping they just randomly decided to make their website and the AI just decided to like include NASA's logo there for whatever reason. Fission power plants. Yay. Would love that. All right, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. We'll be back after these short messages and a little bit of an actual break that I'm taking. We are back to revolutionizing the world with AI by building AI powered solutions for AI companies to AI with the AI, and there's a Labubu behind me. We're also, composing some Labubu funk music. You got some. How you doing? AI powered Labubus, and I ran out of buzzwords. Sadly, Minecraft and Roblox, just for the sake of it, just throwing those in. Okay, so in an unexpected turn of events, we've successfully decoded the Labubu's profile picture, and now here he is in all his compressed PNG glory. Jester, in an actual image of him, uncompressed. I mean compressed and then uncompressed in order to show it on the screen. This actually works. I'm genuinely surprised about this one still. To this day, I'm surprised that this actually worked. But, alright. We also have a little ghost game over here with a slightly less good looking ghost. It's kind of scary looking, actually. Its eyes are... I fucking hate its eyes. Why did I make them blue? But hey, he's transparent. We made some layers, so now people go behind the walls when they enter the rooms. I was going to work on an animation system, but I'm not super inspired to do that. Don't think I want animations, to be honest. So... not gonna work on that. Not today. Maybe by tomorrow I'm gonna be a little bit more inspired on how to do it, but I don't know. I just don't feel like doing that. Alright. Since I am going back to operating system development full-time on stream, that is, so like 4-ish hours, 4 days a week, and also reaching the end of the stream, let me talk a little bit about that. Alright, so I mentioned a while ago that I needed to refactor the way that the listing directories work to go from this shit to something like this. And that will make it so that I am able to list the contents of directories in a way that actually makes sense, because right now the way that it works is the memory used to list the contents of the directories is managed by the kernel, and that's not usually a good thing. You want it to be managed by whoever is requesting the list of contents of a directory. So I'm going to be doing this refactor. When I do, file system is technically going to be there. I have to admit this function is the one I have implemented the least in the whole file system, followed by writing, then reading. I also need to do some internal refactors in the way that file opening works. But once all that is done, it'll be possible to, do things like a file browser if you wish to have such an archaic thing in an operating system. You're welcome to do it. I know most people on here at the very least want a file browser, but I don't. But if you want to have one, you're welcome to have one. And do it right now while userland applications have no restrictions on which files they can access. So that's going to be a thing. Then I'm going to give some love to the user interface, which is currently this. Gonna make it a little bit better, a little bit nicer, more customizable. Right now, customization happens through... There is no customization, really. No real customization. But there is this theme, Redacted OS, which contains a bunch of information that could, theoretically, be changed. Like the password, even though I removed the login screen a long time ago, the password is defined here. Background color is defined here. Cursor colors are defined here. Cursor shape is not, but it should be also. The name of the operating system itself is also defined here. So you can change it. You can also change the... I sure hope I don't commit this, because that would be tragic. You can also technically change the logo thingy. If you change this, like that. But yeah, all of that is done inside a header file and in defines. So ideally, there's going to be a simpler way of doing that. I can work on customization a little bit. I got to work on multiple windows and making that work somehow. I kind of have an idea of how I want it to work. It's a little bit complex, but complex to code, but not complex to use, which is a trade-off that I'm willing to make with how windowing could work. That's it. Obviously, I want to work a little bit on the overall architecture of the system. Do I want it to be a microkernel, macrokernel, murky kernel, Marco kernel? I've run out of words with them to say. I don't know what I was going with that. Yeah, so I can, mostly do a little bit of research on kernel architectures and whatnot, because I know a little bit about them. Like, I know what a microkernel is, I know what a macrokernel is, and I know that mine is closer to a macro than a micro. Doesn't help that those words are so similar to each other, by the way. But yeah, I know that, but I want to do a little bit more research, other architectures, other things that there are, other possibilities. I want to put a little bit of effort into security, because I can think of like 10 different ways to exploit the system, most of which would lead to a crash, not really to taking over the system or anything like that, but you never know. So maybe we can, start locking it down a tiny little bit. Yeah, getting ahead of the hackers on this one. As a part of that, I was also considering doing I'm not sure what challenge this was created for, but there is a game that's meant to be hacked. It's from a few years ago, like 10 years ago, I think. Wait, there's a 4? No, there isn't. Right, this game. It's called Pony Island. Incredible name. It's very clearly from 2015, but kind of gives you a whole bunch of puddles, a whole bunch of puzzles that you're supposed to solve by exploiting vulnerabilities in the game's logic. So it's a multiplayer game, but the servers have been offline for many years, but you can still play the normal version of it and learn a little bit about these types of exploits and whatnot. Chloroisothiazolinone kernel. You got it. Methamphetamine kernel. Yeah. That's if Walter White was a computer scientist instead of a chemist. Yeah, so I was considering like playing through this because it is a nice exercise on how to, exploit vulnerabilities in game logic, and it's also, not hacking anything important. You know, I also want to do the same thing to my own operating system, but it's a good start. It's a good place. And something that if I really need to, I can look up a guide or something like that. So I can learn a little bit about these types of things. Essentially, actually, they explain it right here. By creating a game that is intentionally flawed, we can create an example for developers of what not to do. And you don't have to hack the actual game engine. So there's that is a possibility. I said I wanted to do a little bit of like off-topic days, which I guess today was an off-topic day because I haven't been doing game development. So maybe I can do this for a bit, just for fun, just to learn a little bit. And then, you know, try to prevent the million buffer overflow exploits that my system probably has. Prevent you from being able to crash the entire system by just writing the wrong code, which also happens a whole lot. It happened like 3 times today. Fix a few of the bugs that still happen in the system. Figure out architecture, figure out customization, themes and whatnot. Windowing. I'm sure there's more stuff that I'm not remembering, but yeah, anyway, that's my plan for November. So essentially starting Saturday. Yes, Saturday. After spooky season is over, and so ghost season is over. But yeah, that's not for today, that's for next week. That's gonna be the end of today's stream. Tomorrow I got another stream, same time as... Wait, actually. Daylight savings ends in Europe. So TBD on the exact time of the stream tomorrow. Because I genuinely don't remember. Is it going to be an hour earlier than usual? An hour later than usual? Am I going to change my streaming times? I might change my streaming times to 1 hour earlier during the week. Or not. I haven't decided. But not during the weekends. 3 p.m. is great for me, so I might keep that. So I might change the time for weekdays, but not weekends. Not sure yet. It's an hour earlier now. I'm not sure which countries are going through it now. I know North America has it like a little bit later or a little bit earlier. I genuinely don't fucking remember. Yeah, okay, so for example, in the US, it's next week. Whereas here, it's this week. In other countries, they don't even do it. So again, stay tuned for when. Multi-threaded meta-programming kernel. I like it, but not enough AI. Also, multi-threading is another one I want to maybe look into a little bit and on November, December, you know, soon-ish. It's starting to be time to get some multi-threading going, but we currently don't have that. There is a lot of AI inside of it. All right, that's good enough for me. As long as I can get, you know, those billions of venture capital money, I'm good. All right. So yeah, tomorrow's stream, 3 p.m. CEST, Central European, not summertime. So no longer CEST, now it's just CET. But am I game deving yet? I'm reaching the end of the game dev arc. I'm probably going to keep doing some game dev on my own time with the engine that I'm building. But probably not going to be doing it on stream a whole lot. Gonna be doing some game hacking apparently, according to what I just said for next month. But yeah, the game, it's kind of there. Now I'm working on a game in an engine as well, and I didn't recompile the system, so that looked weird, but whatever. This is the game. You play as a ghost and you can haunt objects. The ghost is a little bit scary. He has blue eyes. I'm not sure why I made them blue. They're kind of terrifying, but in like a bad way. But yeah, you play as a ghost and you can possess objects and scare people. by possessing objects. And I built an entire like utility-based AI for the people. An entire, you know, basics, very, very, very basic physics engine for 2D sprite system. Today I was gonna do, no, it's not even Vulkan. It's all custom. Vulkan is too high level for me. Straight up modifying the pixels on the screen directly. So yeah, all of that is built into an engine, and I do have plans for another game that I want to make, but not on stream. It's frame buffer essentially, yeah. Like there's no hardware acceleration on it. If I want hardware acceleration, I have to code my own version of Vulkan, like Linux's Mesa, but you know, not that. Just my own version of it that works with my system. So not a thing that I have. Yeah, it is software rendered essentially, because there's no hardware acceleration. Yes. Actually, yeah, like another game that, so this is a game that I came up with because I wanted to build a Halloween code, not a Halloween code, a Halloween themed game. But another game that I wanted to build was one with hacking, but I haven't really decided what I would want hacking to look like inside a game. I don't want something that's like a pseudo programming language type of thing, like I've seen in a lot of hacking games. I don't necessarily want something with like puzzles, like fucking Watch Dogs does it. I find those kind of weird, but you know, easier for non-programmers to get into. But yeah, I wanted to make a game about hacking, but like in a sandbox type of environment. So that's a possibility. And the code for the game is actually all C, with just a whole bunch of defines to power things like entity component system. Where are the rest of them? So yeah, just a bunch of defines everywhere. So I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of proud of how that came out. I can probably make it a little bit less defined, a little bit more kind of like how C++ does generics. It's funny how when I posted my first ever video, I talked about how I was doing C, but it would be useful to have inheritance, so I switched to C++. And a bunch of people in the comments were like, well, actually, you could have just done the exact same thing that C++ is doing behind the scenes and implemented inheritance yourself within C. And I was like, yeah, or I could just use C++. And now I'm like, I could have templates in C++, or I could implement the damn thing myself. So kind of a change of mentality right there. We love to see character development. I wonder if it's possible to do hardware acceleration. With this RAM-FB GPU, it's literally called RAM frame buffer. So that one doesn't have any hardware acceleration. The Vertio GPU? No fucking clue, to be honest. That's what Sodium was talking about just 10 minutes ago? Really? If it's still live when I'm done, I might check out what he's up to today. No idea. Please start muted. It doesn't start muted. Actually writing code. Interesting. I might check it out if he's still alive when I'm done. How to generate sounds for your game by over-engineering. Advanced fluid simulation for my... I mean, didn't I over-engineer? Did you see the state of my AI? It's utility-based with smart objects. That's the definition of over-engineering AI for a silly little game where people just like randomly use objects. Why do they have... Hey, I'm live! Why are you suggesting my own stream to me while I'm currently on stream? Simulating fluid inside motor for motor sounds. That is insane. He just did it for that?
Hey, what's up, guys? Today we're finally back to working on Engine Simulator. But before we
Okay,
do that,
it's an entire simulation. It's not just for sound, is it? Oh wait, hold on. It's a Steam thing. Design, simulate, and hear your own combustion engines. Alright, I have to admit, not really the demographic for this one, so I'm not gonna wishlist, but cool. Yeah, it does more than sounds. In that case, it actually is pretty cool that he would simulate sounds, because the entire thing is simulated. It's funny that I actually considered, like, should I just consider a procedural generation sound system for the game? And then I was like, shut the fuck up. Don't even think that. No. It's like, it was like October 21st when I thought this, and I was like, yeah, no, let's not fucking do that. Alright, so that's where we're at. Game development is nearly done for this game. The code is probably gonna get cleaned up a whole lot. At first I thought you meant Pony Island. Oh, that's a thing? Pony Island exists? Is this some furry no, what is it called? Brony shit? Because that's where I think, you know, the name Pony Island came from. This one's from 2016, so this one actually came after this one. It's a suspense puzzle game in disguise. You are in limbo, trapped in a malevolent and malfunctioning arcade machine devised by the devil himself. It is not a game about ponies. Okay, cool. Thanks for the clarification. This one is very clearly inspired by... what is that show called? My Little Pony. Which has an inexplicably, especially back in 2015, had an inexplicably fucking adult male fan base. So the logo is very clearly inspired by that. Well, I didn't actually know what this logo looked like, so I said very clearly inspired. It's a ripoff. This is bordering on fucking copyright infringement. Yeah. It's a lot of very creepy shit there, but let's not unpack that. This is for Ghost in the Shell Code 2015. And it's just about, you know, hacking. And we don't care about the other part. There's also like a genuine overlap in cybersecurity and furries for whatever reason. Among with lots of other communities, but that doesn't matter. All right. Enough blabbering. There's a lot of that. Sodin is waiting for me. I want to see what he's up to. I've never actually watched him live. I always watch his VODs. Wait, what? Let's ignore everything that just happened. No, I was just talking about this game. Just, the logo is a straight ripoff. I didn't even know that. Like, that is literally the exact same logo. Why would you do that? Anyway, we're gonna ignore the logo, and the game actually does not look like that. It literally looks like... These are actually kind of like very good renders, I mean. The game looks kind of shitty. Or maybe that's if you play with low shaders, I don't know. Fun Adventure 3 was originally during ShmooCon. What is ShmooCon? I thought Ghost in the Shell Code was the name of it. ShmooCon, less moose than ever. This looks very 2010s. Although it's actually like it ran in January 2025, I believe. Website is a little bit broken. But yeah, apparently was part of ShmooCon for the Ghost in the Shellcode, the CTF event. Ghost in the Shellcode, genuinely good name for my game. Which, by the way, I'm almost done with the fucking game, and I don't have a name for it. The game is there. It's there, but I don't have a name for it. I just haven't bothered. So I should probably come up with one. Alright, so that's it for the stream. Today more than ever, I'm dropping a link to my Discord because I don't know when the next stream is gonna be. It is going to be at 3 p.m. tomorrow, whatever time that is. That should be 1 hour later than my usual streams. Yes, 1 hour later than today's stream. I think. Not entirely sure. See, this is not Central European time. This is Central European summertime. Night is 1 hour longer. Oh, wait. I just realized today is... Yeah. Wait, the Canary Islands time zone is called what? Shit, I hope there's no one doing the dry code, whatever that was called. But yeah, right now we're on Central European summertime. And we're moving to Central European time. So 1 hour later. But again, dropping a link to my Discord. I'm gonna ping everyone there 30 minutes before the live, and then you can also get pinged for the live itself automatically when I go live. And if my stream goes down multiple times. Because, yeah, that happens sometimes, but it hasn't happened in a while. Probably won't happen again, but it did happen a few times. Alright. So there it is, link to my Discord, and we are done for today then. Thank you everybody who joined. Thank you, Jester, for being the model for our now functioning, fully functional PNG decoding algorithm. Absolutely fucking amazing. That works. We love that. We love to see it. Officially supporting PNG now. All right. Thank you so much, everybody, and I will see you tomorrow.